We live. All right, hey everybody. Paul Frazee here. It's good to see you. It is Thursday, May 27th, 2021. And it's time for another Let's Build Citizen live stream, so let's get started. All right. So, I'm going to start out the stream by doing an overview of how of the video encoding / compression that I did on the client side, which I figured would just be a generally interesting thing to share, and then we'll get into some new work. But that's what I spent yesterday working on. A whole lot of tears involved in that one, but hey, we got there. And let me just say, if you're coming on to hear about the client-side video compression / encoding, start playback at 4. Okay, so here it is, the build with the video playing in it. And I don't know how familiar everybody here is with this particular challenge, but it is a little bit of a challenge, and that challenge is accepting videos from people to put inside of posts. The trick with doing this is that you have to get a good video encoding and a good video compression for serving it, and that's never how it's given to you by the different operating systems. They're generally speaking going to be capturing a relatively high resolution version of the video, whether this is on desktop or on the mobile phone. And for something like a stream here, we want to turn those videos into something which is not only small, but also in the right encoding to work on the most possible browsers. A lot of browsers these days, or a lot of services rather, will do multiple encodings, because there are some new encodings that aren't universally supported, but which have better compression ratios. In particular, I'm thinking of the WebM format with the VP9 codec, but sadly, iOS on the phone doesn't support that. So, as it turns out, the only thing that you get really consistently good results with in terms of compatibility is MP4, which is a real shame, because MP4, it's fine, but it just is not nearly as well compressed as WebM. And the challenge that I had was I wanted to do that compression on the client side. Now the reason for that is that we'll see. It remains to be seen whether or not the techniques I'm using here are going to pan out. You'll end up seeing why, as I explain what I ended up doing, why it may not work out in the end, even though it's functional. But the thing about it is that if you're doing the video encoding and compression on the server side, you're going to have your end user uploading the full video in its uncompressed form onto the server. That can be hundreds of megabytes at minimum. And then you're having to dedicate the CPU and the RAM and the disk space to handle the encoding and then write it. And obviously it would be better if we didn't have to do that, not just for the resource usage, but also because it is a sort of a complication to introduce into the generic stack that we would like to have. It's much nicer if, whenever you're pushing something into a table, doing a post onto a table, if it's just a generic table writing, table. Here's a new record to put in the table, and here are the blobs that go with it. So keeping opinion out of it would be nice. You know what? I didn't even check. Do I have audio? I do. Okay, thank God. So. I am not the first in a long line of people that have longed for the days that you could just get this video compression done on the client side. Now the good news is that in many ways the web platform is getting there. There's nothing that is as straightforward as just saying, hey, take this video, apply some compression and re-encode it and give me the output. Though God knows why that hasn't happened, because a lot of the tooling that you might want to have for that is available. In particular, what's happened is that the WebRTC stack has, as well as the Canvas stack, has led the API vendors to introduce, or the browser vendors to introduce a web API called the Media Recorder. Idea being that for live video and audio, or for games that are inside the Canvas, you want to be able to record video clips and audio clips off of those input sources to save as files and things like that, and upload to a service or what have you. And somebody was kind enough to imagine adding the same API into the video and audio elements. And so you're actually able to stream a video file into the Media Recorder API. As it turns out, I wasn't able to use that tool, though in hindsight maybe I could have. What I ended up doing is actually just playing the video onto a canvas, so basically capturing frames and drawing it into a canvas and then streaming that. In the end, I did that to deal with compatibility with, oh actually no, I didn't need to do that because iOS does not yet support the video elements having the capture stream. So the funny thing about that is though that it's a great API, I got it working no problem. The biggest problem with it really is that the Media Recorder expects a live frame rate coming in, which means that you have to play back the full source in the same rate that you expect the output to be. So encoding a 30-second video is going to take at least 30 seconds, so you have to do a full playback. At least as far as I've seen. It would be nice if they had some other way of dealing with that, a way for you to just add frames and specify the interval between them, but I didn't see anything like that when I was working on it. All that is great, and that was what I started out with, and that is the implementation that is used on the iPhone. Unfortunately, on the iPhone, the media encoder, media recorder is able to output MP4s, but on desktop, I know for sure for Chrome, and I'm pretty sure for Firefox as well, it is not able to output MP4s. And MP4 is the version that I need to, the encoding that I need so that things will play back correctly on iPhones. Instead, they output WebM. So, what I do, I've shared this piece of code, so some people have probably seen this already. But the way that this works is that pretty early on in the process, we run this little API here. Does the Media Recorder support the MP4 type as its output? And if it does not, by God, we use FFmpeg compiled to WASM to make the compression occur and the re-encoding. So that's not great. The FFmpeg WASM bundle, all told, is somewhere around 8.5 megs. Most of that doesn't get loaded until you actually take the action. This is on local host, so we're going to get better performance than we'll get on live. Hopefully we'll be able to use something like a CTZN to speed things up, but this is the area where I'm unsure if it's going to be production worthy in the end. Not to mention that FFmpeg is not necessarily and inherently, as a WASM compile in the client, it's admirable, but is it fast? Well, you can see for yourself, we have an MP4 file that's 698 kilobytes. Here's what this looks like in real time. So the initial waiting time is for FFmpeg to load up, and now it's actually running the compression. At least we're able to get a real-time progress bar, thank God for that. It is crazy that this is even a possibility, and like I said, I consider this to be almost certainly one of the things that web developers have been dreaming of having for a long time because of the cost savings it would provide them. But there you have it, the FFmpeg output. Quality isn't bad. And so I did the same video, and the initial input, what was that? About 690 kilobytes, I said, I think. And if we look in the Explorer here, the output ended up being 62 kilobytes. So that's a really darn good compression, and the quality suffers a little bit. You can see some artifacts, but by and large it's not bad, and I would prefer that we have a size of that roughly around there. Let's do another example here, one that's a little bit larger. This video is 12 megabytes, and we'll get a sense of how long this takes. Now hopefully the initial time will be quicker because it should be cached, the WASM stuff. Oh no, I refreshed the page, so I guess it isn't. So that has to load up. And this is where you're going to see that the performance is not really great. It's not terrible, but we're already in the zone of me going, wait, what's going on? Is it happening or not? You're right. Now I'm starting to already think that maybe it's broken. I know it's not. Now it's moving. Right. So that initialization time, that wasn't just WASM loading. That was also some kind of initial setup it had to do. And now we're seeing the speed. Again, this is 12 megs. That's not exactly huge for a video file. So this is not the kind of performance that you would like to see out of something like this, no question. I could certainly help things along by giving a little more visual feedback while that initial bit is going, possibly even giving some kind of information about how many bytes are being processed, so at least people feel like something is happening. But yeah, this is pretty long. This isn't great. So this is the kind of thing where, I don't know, we'll see. I may end up having to declare defeat on this front and just go ahead and put FFmpeg on the server side and handle the conversion there. But we are really darn close. We are really, really darn close. One other thing that I was able to put in there is a flag that FFmpeg supports, and I was able to reproduce this also on the iOS version whenever I'm doing it myself with the Media Recorder API, which is a size limit, which there it kicked in, which is that even with the compression, you end up running into videos that are just going to be too large, and so it will truncate the video to make sure that it fits our size limit. And we have a pretty low size limit for blobs. I believe, why don't we take a look here at the schema, 512 kilobytes. So that's a pretty tight constraint, but this is media that we expect people to be scrolling down the feed and breezing by, so the assets that are, the pieces of media that are being put in there really need to be relatively fast to load, and so that's how this is working. This isn't the way that, the place where you're supposed to be putting up actual full-length videos. It's not. This isn't your YouTube or your Vimeo. This is your GIFs in the stream is what this is about, and that's also why I don't include audio with the encoding output. So hopefully this will be at least suitable for now, and we'll have to revisit this question in the end about whether or not we feel like the encoding solution is on the client side is going to work. But I'm happy nonetheless to actually have the support here, so that's all good news. What else have we done? The other thing that I handled over yesterday was, actually this got done after the stream on Tuesday, is I got themes in there, and I shared a little bit of this, but now we got a nice dark theme, which I think looks pretty good. You can see some of the more fun aspects about this is like how the reactions look. They look pretty cool whenever they're selected like that. And then I'll go to my profile here. So a nice dark theme for us, as well as for the fun of it, I brought in my cyberpunk theme, which I called 2077 in reference to the video game, and that looks like this. So getting your monospace theme fonts in there, adding a little more borders, using a green as your primary highlight as opposed to the blue. Oh, I still need to update over here. So we got a nice little theming support, though. That placeholder is being a little brighter than it should be, so I'll have to get around to figuring out why that's happening. But so now we got themes, and it was as much work as I figured it would be, but people like to have their dark mode, so now we got it. All right. And yeah, the cyber theme, I was doing it almost like I'm gonna do this and like not care about the aesthetics. It's kind of meant to be a throwaway, like probably nobody will ever use it, but actually it's kind of fun. I kind of like it. Let me go to a non-media post here, see some more text. It's really not half bad. little theming problem. And this is why I hate doing custom themes, because there's so many little details that tend to get lost, such as not setting the font color correctly inside of a text area. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun, and that's the point. The point is to be fun. Still got some blues in there that need to be changed to greens, but yeah, you know. And then the only other interesting thing that's happened lately is I got my post-pandemic party pants. Check them out. Woo! So, we are now ready to live life. All right. So let me delete some of these things so I don't have to stare at animated GIFs all the time. We'll keep the one, and we're recording from Iron Man 2, I want to say? Maybe 3. Iron Man 3. And man, I went through it all when I was trying to get this thing working. Including at one point realizing that the way I'm serving blobs doesn't allow streaming of video. It was a whole thing, you know? A whole thing. Giant pain in the ass. But we got there. So after I get all this done, we'll get back to work here. Chance that the deletion will automatically remove when I'm looking them up on the feed. Nope. How about I do this? Okay. What next? What next? What next? Well, I'll tell you, I'll be doing my part. I'll be doing my part to get some stuff going. I've also got some holographic rainbow colored shirt coming, and I bought myself a little battery pack and a glasses strap, and so now I am officially mobile with my LED glasses. So I'll be taking these on the road as well. So I'm pretty much all set. I got my first post-pandemic party coming up this Saturday, and it's all coming with me. Yeah, I'm set. All right, so Let me write out a couple of tasks here. So what are we going to do today? Probably a good thing to hit would be getting the admin interface back in order. Seems like a thing I wouldn't regret getting done. Got a couple of bug fixes. Let's move those into fixes, or issues rather. Alright, I'm going to just get into fixing up the admin interface. General next steps for the project is, so a lot of the core stuff is here. We're kind of in a pretty good working state, at least kind of back to roughly where we were before. There are some general mesh features that need to get figured out, and these will be some long-term things that I need to have some conversations with the Hypercore protocol team to figure out, such as push notifications across instances, identity, DB keys in relation to multi-writer. Those are the two really big ones. We also need to begin to handle accessing data on the mesh automatically whenever it's not locally available. So we have the mesh stuff to handle. On the algorithmic side, I think we need to, I've been debating how we're going to approach this question of how the algorithm works. I have a retweet button in there right now, but I don't think I'm going to stick with that. I don't think we're going to do retweets. Instead, what I'm kind of thinking about is, I think we ought to, you know, what else we need to be thinking about here is possibly doing identity proofs similar to Keybase. And the thing that I'm thinking about here is how we want to approach algorithms in general, how we want to approach suggested content. One of the main things that I walked away from the current build of Citizen thinking is that having appointed moderators, while a lovely idea, butts up really aggressively with the basic problem that nobody wants to be a full-time moderator. So I think we need to be leveraging distributed moderation, and considering that it's a decentralized network, I think there's no really great way to do that other than a trust graph. And a trust graph is basically the idea that not only can you appoint people by some signal, whether that's a follow signal or saying make this person a moderator or a curator, things like that. But when it's a graph, you have transitive links in it, so that if I appoint somebody as a moderator, you could argue that when they appoint somebody as a moderator, transitively I consider that opinion to be a good opinion, and so I will include people that they appoint. So friend of a friend expansions on the graph is the basic idea. You can apply some kind of fine-tuning of those algorithms so that it's smarter than just friend of a friend. You can do things like PageRank or Appleseed to calculate energy flow throughout the graph to begin to assign values for how much weight you give each node. If you need that kind of sophistication, I'm not entirely sure that we will at the outset. Usually that makes more sense whenever you're dealing with a larger scale than usual, but we will see. And at any rate, the logic of this would be that your probably there would be two executions of it. The first is, first of all, of course, you will be appointing either by your follows or other kinds of metrics. You'll be basically appointing who can up mod or down mod things for you. So votes end up being scoped to your trust graph. And so you have your personal trust graph, and that's usage number one. And usage number two is leveraging somebody else's trust graph. And I think that's how we are going to handle suggested content for new users, is that the instance, so it will be the server that you're joining into, will appoint a main trust graph, which is used for the default suggestions, and then that will get mixed in with your personal trust graph, and those two will blend together to provide suggestions. And then for moderation, perhaps it'll be the same thing, or moderation may just work using your own personal trust graph. We'll see. Need to look into precisely how that gets executed. But as a consequence of that, I think that we ought to be approaching probably, as I've been looking at different approaches, I think the simplest thing to do is to balance the simplicity of the UX with the results that you're looking for. And I think probably the simplest thing to do is upvotes and downvotes. And the upvotes on the feed will function not as a retweet, but rather more similar to how Twitter suggests content on the basis of likes. So an upvote is sort of, it's kind of like it's an algorithmic retweet, so to speak, in the sense that it doesn't guarantee, it's not like reposting it onto your feed. It's more like this is a suggestion to put into somebody's feed whenever you feel like they are low on content, but it's up to the algorithm to decide whether or not it goes in there. And the reason that I think we ought to do that instead of the equivalent of a retweet is that I like the ability for somebody to tune the algorithm to kind of, look at the retweet as less of a concrete action. I'm reposting this on my feed, and more of a recommendation that, yeah, you might want to have this on your feed kind of thing. And then the comments section will be upvotes and downvotes as well, because we're doing threaded comments, and the thread is not subjective in terms of what posts get in there. It's a place that aggregates across a large set of people. So I think that upvotes and downvotes would be wise to sort up and down the content that shows up in the comments section. Likewise, downvotes will just mix into the suggestions feed. So if you're talking about somebody downvoting here, the downvote will be hidden behind probably a menu, so it's not exactly being prompted for you to do that. It's just something that if you want to, you can. And a downvote would basically offset an upvote. So if somebody in my trust graph upvotes something and somebody else downvotes it, it just doesn't get recommended to me. Really just pretty straightforward. If the karma is greater than 0, then it shows up, and if it's 0 or less, it doesn't show up in the karma. It's just an upvotes minus downvotes within my trust graph set. And I think that's how we're going to approach this. So since we are staring at a sort of a mock-up of the UI, why don't we go ahead and put in an up arrow to reflect that thinking here. Yeah, let's just try arrow up first. Is that the best icon? Let's see. Why don't we make one ourselves? Hey.
What is that?
Okay, let's give that a shot. Oh, wow, they got me. How much does that cost? $10 a year? Might be worth it. I kind of like this tool. For $10 a year, I mean, that's a great price. All right, let's do it. Maybe some of the cheapest software I've ever bought. Okay. Not bad, just needs to be a little wider. Yeah. Okay, but it screwed over spacing a little bit. Huh. Can anchor tags not wrap SVGs? I didn't know that. Oh, that's because I got a display block on it. How did that happen? Tailwind does that. Aha. Hi, Ellie Pizzle. Welcome to the stream. Cool. Still a little bit off. It's lower than it should be. Let's also try making it slightly larger. Yeah, it just needs to be moved up a smidge. Still not quite right. Okay, that looks right. Might be a smidge too high now. Yep. Alright, smidge down. Yeah. I think our heart icon might need to change. I also think maybe the color is slightly wrong on the icon. I'm guessing it's not taking, yeah, so let's fix that real fast. Alright. Current color. Okay, that's good. The thickness needs to be increased. Maybe able to do this manually. Okay, now we have the problem that it's boxy and the other things are slightly rounded. Is there a way that we can modify the strokes? Yeah, the line caps. Yes. There we go. All right, but yeah, that smile isn't right, and the stroke width is still too small. So you got upvote. I don't know, the smile isn't bad. This is for reacting, which doesn't affect the algorithm at all. That's actually a little better. Yeah, actually, I kind of like that. Also kind of think that arrow needs to be slightly wider. Alright, while I'm here, why don't I go ahead and implement some of these buttons. Yeah. Okay, so that's that.
Citizen.
And now let's get a upvote and downvote control on the comment.
Citizen.
All right. Let's get into that admin interface. So we're going to need to replace the previous RPC API as we did with the front end for the actual app. This will be a little bit of work to be sure. Hopefully a little more straightforward than with the app, but it'll be a little bit of work. Okay, now I have an object shape problem. I think I'm probably just going to turn those into posts. So, converting all that into queries is a pain. Or I could solve it by... I mean, I could probably figure out an encoding that would make sense. Like you join that using a comma separated list. What's a delimiter that won't get percent encoded? Pretty much everything. Which sort of makes sense. Well, percent encoding isn't really a problem. It should come out on the other end as a comma-separated list, nonetheless, because it'll probably do a decode. I'm not going to just decode it. I'll the server side. So then what about the objects? Maybe I can't in good conscience turn this into a post request, because posts are meant to be effectful, and this, of course, is not. It's just unsanitary code. So we'll just hook up an encoding. Okay. That's good. Dashboard's back in order. Fancy little dashy. Right. Oh, I got 2 listings of. Worry about that later. And those are coming up empty. Gotta figure that out. Alright, let's go ahead and fix the duplicates first. Yeah, I know what's going on there. The map tracking, the database is now actually includes multiple entries for a given database, so we were getting duplicates. Problem solved. Now let's look into why we're getting empty results on this. Oh Lord, go away. Alright. Follow. That's interesting. Why is it asking for the follow? It's also asking for followers. Why is it doing that? Oh, that's the, right. Okay. That's a carryover from my copy-paste right there. Okay, looks like our B Explorer stores the path as an array. Okay, and I'm guessing that was what I intentionally did. Yeah, in fact, I'm pretty sure of it. So we'll do join that, and then on the server side, we'll split it by slashes. That didn't work. There we go. Good stuff. Nice database explorer. Hard not to like that. Next up, okay. Two more to go, we're almost there. good. Okay. I think we're all set.
CTZN.
Alright, now let's check on the permissioning. You're not logged in, but I'm happy to show you everything. Alright. Finish. All right.
CTZN.
All right, I'm gonna take 5. Back in a bit. Alright, back in action. For some reason, Protocol Labs decided to brand a project of theirs to do a technology upgrade of Filecoin. They decided to brand it the Hyperdrive upgrade. Yeah, Hyperdrive is one of the main data structures in the Hypercore protocol, so, you know. Thanks, Aaron. Right on. Yeah, I mean, not that the dashboard isn't nice at all, but, yeah, so, we're getting somewhere, we're getting somewhere. I'm just dealing with some of the fallout around this Filecoin thing. I'm not gonna make a fucking thing out of it, but a little rude, I gotta be honest. Find it hard to believe they didn't know. Anyway. Here's my response for anybody curious about it. So, right. I want to update the blob system to include byte sizes at some point. Got a couple of bugs to fix. The tweet that I just linked in the chat there explains the situation. They're doing some kind of protocol upgrade, and they decided to name the upgrade Hyperdrive, which is what we call the files structure inside of the Hypercore protocol. So it's, you know, and we've been doing that for a few years now, so that's a little bit of a rude thing to do, given that they're a competitor of ours, but, you know, anyway. I'm not interested in making a whole thing out of it. But I will make sure people know so they're not confused. Okay. So, what to work on next? Could work on some of the cross-server interactions. Could get the work on the trust graph stuff. Probably before the trust graph, we ought to get the cross-server stuff into a relatively stable place. Probably be the right move there. Sorry, I'm a little distracted by what's going on with the Filecoin things and some folks talking to me. So I apologize if I'm kind of... Alright. Let's get the cross-server stuff in a working place. Not really cross-server, it's mesh access is a more accurate way to talk about it, and we'll kick this off with a test here. Call it cross instance. I did know that. There was a lot of cross-pollination in the early days. Yeah, I don't know what they're thinking with that. I'm willing to guess it was just an oversight on their part. One which I think, would have been nice not to make, but I'm not really looking to jump to any conclusions about it. Frankly, if I were them, I wouldn't have, if I had realized it, I wouldn't have done it, because you're just asking for people to bring up Hypercore protocol anytime the thing gets posted. Could generate negative sentiment. So, if I were in the room, I would have said, don't do that. It's, some people will see that as an uncool thing to do, but other than that, it's just kind of really not looking to get all worked up about it. In fact, looks like I just got a notification from and see here now I feel justified, because I just got a response from Molly, who's somebody, Molly McKinley, somebody who I've met in the past, really wonderful person who now works at Protocol Labs. And just responding with that it was an oversight. They were thinking about the Star Wars thing. I figured it was something like this, so, let me just respond to Molly here. Okay, speaking of giving a measured response, I was waiting for more folks to be on the stream to talk about this, but Nita, since you're here, I'll bring it up. And I wanted to apologize for losing my cool last week on the Seropath. That really isn't the right way to behave, and I just lost my temper, which should never do. So sorry about that. Again, I was hoping I had more people in the community on the stream whenever I talked about this, but at any rate, not a way to act. So apologies for that, and everybody on that one just made everything weird, and so when you're working on something hard, sometimes your impulse control gets thrown out the window, and that was a real case of it. So I'll probably bring it up again later on when there are more folks on the stream. But all right, and this thing with IPFS is a good example of why you don't jump to anything until you had a chat with people. Molly's a really great person, and even if it was intentional, I'm not really that upset about it. But I believe Molly that they were thinking about Star Wars, thinking about going fast. They're interplanetary with their whole scheme. I can see how it happened. It's also just a project, like an upgrade. It's not like they're going to be sticking with that brand more than a month or two, just to talk about the upgrade. So, no hard feelings. So this should all fail. Yeah, starting with sim.createUser. So let's see what that's about. I think I changed it to create citizen at some point. Might want to stop calling them citizens. Had to do that to differentiate from communities, but okay, so test social graph, not a function. Is that because I removed it at some point? I did. Alright. So that's probably way deep in the commit history in here, because that probably was a long time ago that I pulled that out. I doubt I would have said something like removing. Alright, there it is. Okay. Yeah, when I met Molly, it was a long time ago. Way before the before times. I think it was back when I was first working on Beaker. I met her at offline camp. Yeah, so I think she wasn't aware of that situation, despite being aware of me. And I can pretty easily see how that would come to pass if we're talking about. I mean, Protocol Labs has grown pretty significantly over the past years. Probably the team that works on, right. See, and that's the thing. Like, they probably that team just has people that don't follow that closely. What's going on? And if there was anybody in the room that knew about it, again, I have no problem believing that maybe somebody in the room did know, and they just thought, it's not a big deal. And again, I wouldn't have suggested that. I can understand, maybe they're a little derisive. This is assuming a lot, but even then I would still be like, still don't do it. Because not just on the ethical level, but just because, now it's going to come up. People are going to talk about our thing, so it's just not really great marketing. But I'm also willing to believe that just nobody in the room knew about it. These kinds of things can happen. Like I said, it's a company that's grown quite a bit in a while. I can easily imagine there being people on the team that just really don't follow the Hypercore stuff. So it's whatever. I'm also just not that worked up about it. Alright. So, our first test that involves this issue of having to sync externally. So we might need a way to trigger a load or unload external databases manually, because the debounce is on 30 seconds. And that's pretty slow. I mean, it's not slow, but for our test we needed to trigger a little. I haven't noticed their project. Yeah, I was just saying, no, everything's cool, Serapath. I was just bringing up what went down last week. I lost my cool on you. Nah, it's fine. I was all caught up in working on the hard question, and you know how it gets sometimes whenever you're really stuck in a problem. You can you can kind of lose your sense of self, so to speak. So I wasn't 100% chill with you on the stream as we talked about back then, and that's on me. So just wanted to kind of bring that up and say that's, apologize for it, because that's just not how a person should act. Okay. Okay, let's get the number of users to an even number, so it's 3 and 3. Now it looks a lot like all of the DB keys are being detected, so let's look into whether or not they're all getting loaded. That's interesting. The external load is actually more than it should be. Seems like... Oh no, that's right. Okay, so everybody's getting loaded. So that part's good. Now the indexing doesn't seem to be happening. Now that might be because we need to run catch-up indexes. Yeah. Okay. Let's take a look at our follow graph indexing here. So we should see quite a few of these. And we should see them now. Okay, so it looks like they're still not indexing. Okay, it might be because of this. Aha, yeah. Oh, okay, so I misused it. And it ought to be... catch up all indexes. Not catch up all indexes. Yeah, catch up all indexes. Okay, so that actually fixed that, so that's good. I'm going to need to rework the get subscribed URLs approach at some point. Alright, so now we're running into some kind of problem with create comment. So let's look at that. Okay. Just a change in the data structure. That's interesting. Why might that have happened? Okay, now somehow we're hitting a situation where a remote server suddenly doesn't have the B. Maybe this is because of a teardown? I can imagine teardown being why that would happen. Because it does, you know, we got code in there that periodically ejects databases from the, hey Melanie. Melanie, you were one of the folks I wanted to have on earlier. I just, a little bit ago, brought up kind of, last week I lost my temper on the stream. If you know what I'm talking about, then you know. If you don't, you don't. But anyway, I just wanted to apologize for that. It's generally not how I want to behave, so just wanted to be sure to apologize to folks for that. You can kind of go back into playback to see a little bit more about that sitch. Anyway. That's that. And currently we are working on getting the cross-instance mesh access and indexing in motion. Okay, so that's probably what this is. It's a teardown that's happening, and so the win synced just needs to factor in that it might not be. Okay, so now we need to get that list home feed replaced. Hey, Michael. You are another person that I wanted to be sure that we're here for. I was just bringing it up earlier. I don't know if you know, last week I lost my temper on stream with Serapath. Just wanted to apologize for that. You can watch the playback to it. I don't want to, drag out the stream with all this, but just wanted to say I apologize for losing my temper. That wasn't okay. And that's that. And I think that'll be the last time I bring it up, because that's everybody I had in mind. So, that out of the way, good to see you. Okay, let's see if this function still exists. It does. So that's good. And that needs to be DB URL. That's all set. So now list user feed. So it's good to see everybody again. It's been a little quieter lately. How's everybody been? What have y'all been up to? Any exciting? Good, good. Well, you still have to. Still have to keep it real. But yeah, what have y'all been up to? Anybody starting to... Oh, not everybody's been able to... not everybody's vaccinated yet. I know it depends, but at least in the U.S., we are starting to get into the zone of being able to bring life back to the way it was. We're just starting to. Has anybody gone out and partied like they never partied before? I bet that's where I'm headed. Got my first thing since the pandemic. My first party this weekend. No, that's good. They all doing well, I hope. Yeah, I saw your comment about how downtown looks like a ghost town, which is not really surprising. It's how it was during the pandemic too, but boo. I showed this earlier on the stream. I ordered some party pants specifically for this Saturday. Check this action out. Let me turn on the light here. There we go. How great are these? So, ready to go. It's time for the good times. That, and I got my LED glasses running on a battery pack, so I can take those with me. It's time to have some good times. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Melanie. Well, I wish them all the best. We're all good, Sarapath. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I don't want to, keep dwelling on it. I just wanted to make sure that I apologize for how I acted, and that's that. We can move on from it. In the meantime, if I ever need somebody ever is like, quick, we're making a Hollywood film and we need a hacker screen, I'll have this scroll by. Rather inscrutable. Yeah, you know what would be nice is if I could alias the keys. Maybe I ought to do that. Alright, let's see if that helps us debug this a bit. What else has been going on lately? We got a lot of downtime waiting for these tests. That didn't help us. 103. Ah, did it on the wrong one. Actually helps a little bit. Explains something that was confusing me. Okay. I, over the past week, did something pretty shameful. I binged the entirety of Entourage, which I'm not sure you can admit with your dignity. It was better than its reputations gives it. The joke about Entourage is that it's Sex in the City for men, and yeah, but people like Sex in the City. I feel like once that criticism came along, every dude was like, "Oh no, that's not me. That's not what I'm into." You never heard of Entourage? It's fun. It's about a group of people that are either actors or a friend of an actor trying to make it in LA and being kind of into a career. So it's a lot of wish fulfillment going on. The main character is an actor that's doing pretty well and can get any woman he wants and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, it's that kind of vibe. So this looks correct. Oh, yeah. Which one's failing? At any rate, oh, you know what would help? Fail fast. Meetings on Wednesday went fine. Had the DAT consortium meeting and then a call with Peter, and that's all going well. I had a clubhouse in the evening. It went well, so. And in between time, I managed to get the video uploads working, and I did a little overview of that at the beginning. But if you missed that, oh, what, you gonna stop playing? Oh, the server's down. Anyway, that actually animates when the server is active. Okay, there we are. So we have one user that doesn't, two users that doesn't seem to have everybody. I got 0 through 4. Exactly. Yeah, I suppose it would be a real disappointment if we couldn't end up getting a third board member named Mary. Or even somebody whose name rhymes like Gary. Yeah, jury is still out on whether or not that technique is going to end up being a winner, because it's not mega performant, but on the plus side, the WASM approach is only needed for desktops, so mobile is able to use just native APIs. At least I think. I guess it sort of depends on Android, which I don't have a way to test. Okay. So one of the servers is behaving and one of them is not. I wonder if that's on account of teardowns. I'm going to try disabling teardowns and see if that makes a difference. Obviously, it would be great if we could get the client-side video encoding and compression to work, because it save a lot of bandwidth and CPU. Also makes the servers a little easier to run because you don't have to set up, you know, if we do it on the server side, you're going to almost inevitably do it by making calls out to FFmpeg, and then the server API needs to get a little more complex because the API now has to have the concept of running transformations on those uploads. And, you know, in an ideal world, okay, that's not the problem. In an ideal world even, if the client-side encoding were quick, you know, faster than it is, you're saving the user time too, because they're not having to upload the giant video to the server to get processed. The web platform would just get itself together on this. So many people would thank them for it. At this stage, the main thing that would help is just if iOS supported WebM, we'd be all gravy. Now I wouldn't need WASM at all. Okay, so why is the cross instance feed fetch working from one and not the other? Let's see if turning off wait makes any difference. Did make a difference. Line 122 is now where we're failing. Yeah, so that fixed it. Oh, we got a kitty cat. Alright, one moment, y'all. I need to find out what's on the kitty cat's mind. What do you want, baby? What do you want, snack? It was snack time. What else has been going on? I've been told that I need to see Mayor of Easttown, which is a kind of Fargo-looking TV series on HBO that stars Kate Winslet, who I love. She's one of those folks that only seems to get prettier with time. And is also a great actress. Okay, this has happened before. Looks like we may have some kind of a race condition occurring. Probably because a route is getting hit prior to the server getting fully set up. Yeah, that's probably what that is. So let's just move these up here and that should fix that. What else? I don't know. I guess life is all work these days. Thread to description. Okay. Right. Alright, the cat has finished her snack. And I imagine that another request will be on the way soon. So everybody stay calm. Yeah. Well, hopefully soon we'll all be getting back into the normal swing of things here in Austin. It's weird, right? I was talking to a friend of mine about it, and there were kind of two things that stand out to me. One is, and I know this is, oh yeah, BoJack is great. I actually thought that was one of the best TV shows I've ever seen. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, interesting. But yeah, BoJack's a real good one. Okay, let's see. But yeah, one of the things that's it's super deep. Yeah. It's very deep, it's very smart. Anyway, I know not everybody's in this zone yet, but here in the U.S., you're talking about how there are two things that stand out to us about kind of getting back in the normal swing of things. The first is we can't believe it's actually here. Feels surreal. The other thing is, this is what's been on my mind is realizing, I was talking to my brother about it, like, you really gotta avoid trying to make up for lost time. As if there's some kind of thing you could do or party you could go to that would make it all feel like, ah, yes, closure. Okay, now the kitty cat's back. What do you want now, babies? Come out. Should probably go out. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah. Trick with days like that is just to, just a down day and don't worry about it too much. Comet 11 is there, then we got Comet 21, that's there, and then we got Comet 23. And that's there, and then we got Comet 99, and that's missing. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a little weird to get back into the flow of things. Okay, so we got cross-server stuff not indexing. Alright, so let's take a look at the view. It's gonna be weird for a little bit. It's gonna be weird to get back into the flow of seeing people. It's gonna be weird to even think to schedule things. Harder than usual, I guess. I don't know, it's not too bad. The way that I handled it is the test framework that generates the content. What's in here? The way that I ended up setting it up is that the content that gets created, I use a test framework for it, and it keeps track of the stuff that gets created. So I'm able to automate a lot of the testing by just comparing on the, quote-unquote client side with the servers what they respond, and that actually helps simplify these tests pretty dramatically. That's one of the things that's funny about all this too, Melanie, is the degree to which I've gotten so accustomed to not seeing anybody. Like, at first it was brutal, and now I'm just kind of fine, adjusted to it. I don't really feel any negative drag anymore. And then, I hit that point somewhere around halfway through it, or 2/3 of the way through it, and at that point that freaked me out. Because then I was starting to be like, oh man, am I gonna, want to see people again? Okay, so we expected 10 entries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 13 total. Yeah, I imagine. Don't think it'll be me. Just because, probably get back into the swing of where I was before, because I'll start to have FOMO. Plus, I love a good party. Yeah. Okay, so this should be 11. And we got 6. Huh. Okay, so the indexing isn't happening. So it'll be like, you'll say antisocial, but sometimes you'll go to a coffee shop. Fair enough. I don't see any reason that this should be failing. I'm going to reduce the amount of comments down to 1 per user. And then I'm going to log the indexing. I should see every comment get indexed twice, but I'm guessing what I'll see is them getting indexed once. Okay. That is indeed what's happening. I think I brought back teardowns. I'm suspicious of it, so let's see if that is the cause. Yep, that looks like I'm seeing. Saw at least one of them getting indexed twice, right there. Okay, so it's definitely not the teardowns. No, the teardowns may still be a problem, but what's certainly happening right now is on database change is never getting fired for the remote ones. Yeah, Nish. Okay, we are watching the ones that aren't ours, but it's just not firing. Okay. That might actually be okay. We might want to do a different approach than watching remote logs. In fact, we will just ignore non-writable ones. Because we should instead run periodic round-robin indexers and syncers of external databases. And actually, we'll do this one by a different approach. We'll do schedule. We'll do it like that. Okay. So that's good. And from here, there's one other thing I need to do, which is update that debug bit. So I think now the only thing left in our way is this. Okay, so that's external. Export view. Grab these two methods. Okay. We should be good to go now. Yeah, looking right. Yeah, still no love. Okay, I gotta use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll figure out what's going on here. I say we? It's a little megalomaniacal. Even for me. It was the royal we, alright? There's a pun built into that right there. If you have to go pee, it's the royal we. All right. What's going on here? Because it looks like it ought to have succeeded. It's an interesting dynamic that will happen with this approach to the indexing, which is that a given instance will index the content on the basis of who their users follow. Okay, that was a helpful update there. So whenever you see like the comments section, what you'll be seeing is the comments of anybody that's either on the instance with you or followed by people on the instance with you. Interesting dynamic. Should fit nicely into the whole, trust graph idea. Yeah, but I mean the using we instead of I isn't really a gender thing. That's just like that's something else. The only thing I can think of on that one is just that I don't know if you'll know this, but historically kings in Europe would use the term we when they refer to themselves. Yeah. Right. I do. Sometimes I'll say we, but actually, when I'm trying to kind of make it a statement about the community as opposed to, something that I'm sort of choosing myself. It's true, it's everybody should consider themselves a we in the sense of the collection of all their cells, It's very humanist, anti-cellular, to use the word I. Cigarpath, I think we may have a shitpost in the making. The term I is anti-cellular. We should be using the term we. I think I'll stay away from that joke. Okay, so the catch-up is running. Is everything getting indexed, though? Kind of doesn't seem like it. Yeah. Yeah, I think that shit post certainly opens up the possibility for we getting canceled. I don't want to do that to myself. So catch-up indexes doesn't seem to be working quite right. Well, one of the things that happens when you have cancer is that cells in your body will stop responding to commands to self-destruct, which is actually a part of the normal regulation of how the body works. I think it's called aposteosis. Or apostosis? Yeah. I think it's apostosis, where your cells can actually, there's a kind of, I could be wrong about this. Let me look into this. Yeah, apostosis, programmed cell death. So I'm reading now from the Molecular Biology of the Cell, 4th edition. In the summary, they're saying the amount of apostosis that occurs in developing and adult animal tissues can be astonishing. In the developing vertebrate nervous system, for example, up to half or more of the nerve cells normally die soon after they're formed. In a healthy adult human, billions of cells die in the bone marrow and intestine every hour. That is actually really interesting. It seems remarkably wasteful for so many cells to die, especially as the vast majority are perfectly healthy at the time that they go through the apostosis and kill themselves. So what purpose does that serve? In some cases, the answers are clear. Mouse paws, for example, are sculpted by cell death during embryonic development. They start out as spade-like structures, and the individual digits separate only as the cells between them die. In other cases, cells die when the structure they form is no longer needed. When a tadpole changes into a frog, the cells in the tail die, and the tail, which is not needed in the frog, disappears. In many other cases, cell death helps regulate cell numbers. In the developing nervous system, for example, cell death adjusts the number of cells in the nerve system to match the number of target cells that require innervation. In all these cases, the cells die by apostosis. So there's actually, there's a chemical signal that triggers apostosis. And one of the things that happens with cancer is that you'll have cells that, in some cases, as I understand it, some cells will stop honoring the apostosis signal. And so it's really sort of suggests that cancer is cellular individualism run amok. Basically, sort of like a zombie. Yeah, okay, here's this thing about cancer and the relationship here. Interesting. All right, this is all interesting. Apostosis is an ordered and orchestrated cellular process that occurs in physiological and pathological conditions. It is also one of the most studied topics among cell biologists. An understanding of the underlying mechanism of apostosis is important, as it plays a pivotal role in the pathogenesis of many diseases. In some, the problem is due to too much apoptosis, such as in the case of degenerative diseases. It's apoptosis, okay. Some degenerative diseases are caused by too much apoptosis. And in some others, the problem is too little. Cancer is one of the scenarios where too little apoptosis occurs, resulting in malignant cells that will not die. The mechanism of apoptosis is complex and involves many pathways. Defects can occur at any point along those pathways, leading to a malignant transformation of the affected cells, tumor metastasis, and resistance to anti-cancer drugs. Despite being the cause of the problem, apoptosis plays an important role in the treatment of cancer, as it is a popular target for many of the treatment strategies. The abundance of literature, yeah. Now, I mean, what they're sort of getting at here is that when they're talking about pathways, they're talking about pathways, as I understand it, in biology can refer to a number of different kind of mechanisms by which information transfers throughout the system and has effects. So there is clearly some kind of pathway by which apoptosis is triggered within a healthy or a normally functioning body, and that pathway gets disrupted somehow. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it is. I am sure that a lot of people are looking at apoptosis and trying to understand how they could more specifically control it. But I've never heard of anybody looking at apoptosis in relationship to anti-aging. Let's do a little Google on that. Yeah, Googling around, does appear to be some research in relation to apoptosis and aging, so who knows? I guess the DNA. Right, but the protein is the result of the DNA. I remember watching this documentary once that we had to do. It was a story about the documentary on how viruses work. Yeah, obviously apoptosis is a part of the healthy operation, and so the question is like, is there ever a point where apoptosis is too much? You could also, point out there are some of the simpler organisms that don't have any baked-in death scenario. So arguably death is an evolved trait. I don't know if we have any clear evidence that... I don't know. I'd be curious actually to know whether or not aging is actually something that occurs to like wear and tear, so to speak, or if it's actually just something which is baked into our clock, so to speak. Anyway, I was watching this documentary on viruses, and it was super interesting as a technologist to watch because so much of it had to do with the various pathways that cells use to bring in and out information. And it felt a whole lot like basic computer science virus protection. Like the mechanisms by which cells decide what to allow into the membrane and what to keep out is on the basis of like authentication mechanisms. And the authentication is handled by the kind of chemical signature of things like proteins and various other molecules, and so viruses will go in and they'll fake authentication by taking on the shape of different proteins. It is super, super interesting. I think I saw it on Netflix. I forget what it's called, but if you're ever looking for an interesting documentary, look for the one on viruses. I'm afraid I'm not going to be much help on that. Not really my field of study. Alright, let's see why catch up all indexes is failing. What we could do is you could just pull a update indexes. You could just do what what's his bucket? Peter Thiel does, and just drink the blood of the young. Like a vampire, Yeah, just get the blockchain in there. Okay, so... Yeah. Yeah, cells are living organisms. Hey, there we go. Nah. Yeah, petri dishes. They're gross. Oh, right. What was that movie? Hang on. I'm gonna remember the name of this movie. If somebody else beats me to it, feel free to say it. Yeah, they like controlled it telepathically, the bullets. What? I never saw it. What was that called? All right, Michael wins. I wouldn't have remembered that. That's funny. Kind of a generic name. Had Shia LaBeouf, if I remember correctly. There in the bushes, Shia LaBeouf. It wasn't? I could have sworn it was. Hang on, I'm looking it up. Oh man, you may be right. Yeah, it was James McAvoy. What? That's... You know what's really funny about that? Looking at his face, I think I must have seen the trailers and thought it was Shia LaBeouf. Because he kind of does look like him. In some cases. That's funny. Kinda. He kinda looks like him. Okay, so... Huh. Can't read length 196. Okay, so it seems like we're still getting some cases where not everything is indexed. Yeah, I heard that too, and you know what else I heard is that they may have an HIV vaccine using those techniques. And that one actually seems to be kind of maybe coming up, which would be wild. You getting censored over there? Interesting. Sounds good. Five, 9, 13, 15. 5, 9, 13, 15. 17, 39, 48, 145. 17, 39. 3 replies. Yeah, it's just super inconsistent about what it's syncing here. Huh. May have just made some progress. Yeah, alright. Now we got a sorting issue. We can get into it in a sec. Do the cat first. It's been one of those things where there's a lot of dead time as I work because random things fail, so this one ain't on you. What you mean about? What a little kitty. Oh my gosh. Kit, on the other hand, that's another story. Still not getting a full sync. Okay. Still looks like it's not all getting indexed. Okay. Well, let's see if we can figure out why it's not all indexing. Alright, the kitty cat wants a little attention, so I'm gonna end the stream and just keep on working on this. Yeah. So I'm going to do that. And, thanks. I think I'm getting my arms around it. It's definitely closer than before. So have a great rest of your Thursday. I'll catch you all tomorrow. Later, everybody.
Citizens.